Good to go?
Yeah, let's hit the road.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. So welcome to our talk on MetaHuman Animator in real time. First, just a few introductions. So I'm Colin Nash. I'm an engineering lead on the MetaHuman team. And this is Ji-Hun Yu. He's a research director on the studio research team. We've both been working in animation, and specifically real-time animation, for many years, even before joining Epic. I was working on the Persona system at Cubic Motion, and Ji-Hun was leading the team at Hypersense. Since joining Epic, we've both been heavily involved in all the MetaHuman Animator releases and all the different features, right from the sort of original idea. So we're really pleased to be here today to talk about some of the real-time features in particular. I'll just run through a few of the things we're going to talk about today. So we're going to start with a bit of a kind of overview of MHA and Unreal 5.6 and some background to MetaHuman Animator. I'm then going to give a bit of a live demo of some of the new real-time features. I'll include in that a few sort of hints and tips about how to get the best out of the system and things to look out for. Ji-Hun will then take over. He's going to do a deep dive into the ML models behind the scenes, some of the ways we created them, the data that was used, and all the effort that went into this. And then finally, we'll have a Q&A, hopefully with some good questions that we can answer. So to start with, a sort of background to MetaHuman Animator, and some of the sort of guiding vision that we've been thinking about as we've been building it. So a few things we've been trying to hit with all the different releases and the different features we add to it. We think of this as a kind of feature set that we're, a number of different features, but they all combine to a greater thing. And the overall goal here is we want to capture a digital representation of real performances. So we're trying to make it as accurate as possible, as true to the performance your actor did, rather than trying to go too far on the artistic side. And the idea is that if we can give you a really good reflection of what really happened, you can then build on that downstream to get the artistic result you want. So MetaHuman Animator and the results we give isn't necessarily the end. You might want to apply, extra things downstream, or even sort of edit some hand keys and things to hit the creative performance, but it's a real reflection of what happened on the day. We strongly believe that the sooner you can see results and in-context results, this really helps the creative process. So our goal is to give you, not just that accurate performance, but give you it as quickly as possible and in the context that you're working. So you can iterate, if you get a bad take, not just seeing a bad take from the actor, but you can know you've got a bad take in the final results, and you can maybe run another take or adjust something on in the situation you're working. So this is kind of something Unreal Engine's doing throughout it, but we're trying to bring this specifically to animation and performance capture. Another thing that we've been looking for is we don't ideally want to dictate to you the way you capture or the hardware you use for capture. So we would like to be in a sort of open ecosystem where you can pick and choose different hardware, pick and choose different approaches to capture based on your situation, your budget, and that might be different for different takes, even on the same shoot. And then finally, we're trying to make sure that you don't need to be an expert animator to use these systems. So, if you've got a lot of animation experience, that'll absolutely help you get the best out of the system, but this should be available to anyone. Anyone should be able to use it and still get great results. I have a bit of a sort of mental model we use for some of the ways we try to approach this, and that's shown in this diagram. So if we start on the left, we've got capture devices, and we're looking to support a whole range of different capture devices. In the first release with MetaHuman Animator in 5.2, we're supporting iPhone, stereo HMC, but any stereo HMC, any of the different iPhone models, but we've always been looking to expand that as we added audio-driven animation so that you could use audio. But the idea is basically any capture device that can give media in a format that we can ingest, you should be able to use. If we move on to the processing, so this, again, shouldn't care about the media that's coming into it. We offer different types of processing. So I mentioned the audio-driven animation that we added. And all of these output what we call the MetaHuman facial description standard. So this is a defined set of curves that represent the facial movements of a MetaHuman. This has been the same. This standard came out with the 5.2 release, and we've not changed it since. So the idea here is we've got this kind of consistent API. So all animation coming out of MetaHuman Animator will be in the same form, the same standard. And that means everything downstream, your actual MetaHuman character, doesn't need to know about the upstream way this was captured, the upstream way this was processed. So this is a kind of mix and match approach that we offer. So you can swap out different characters, you can swap out different ways of processing the data, and you can swap out different capture devices without that affecting your overall end-to-end approach and pipeline. So that was a quick little bit of background about the way we've been thinking about MetaHuman Animator as we build it. We think this 5.6 release is probably the biggest release we've made yet on MetaHuman Animator towards those goals. So there's quite a lot of improvements to MetaHuman Animator in UE 5.6, but I'm going to cover what I kind of think of as the big three. So the first of these is some significant improvements to our audio-driven animation. So this not only gives higher quality now, but it also adds automatic plausible head motion. This is both translation, so sort of the movement of the head that way, and rotation. And we also offer improved artistic controls. So we now let you choose from a list of moods, and that will impact the way the solve works, so that you can kind of match the mood to the performance, and we can try and get a more accurate performance just from the audio. The next one, which I think is a really big step in terms of opening up the different capture devices, is we now allow animation from mono video. So this means any device that can capture a mono video, a phone, a webcam, a GoPro, you can record that and you can process it offline to get great animation results rather than the depth-based stereo approach that we had in the existing pipelines. So this really means sort of pretty much any device can become a facial capture system. To help with this, what we've done is we've also done an overhaul of Capture Manager, which was the way to ingest data for processing. So we've made that easier, we've made it faster, so just sort of helps ingesting different types of data and getting them ready for processing. And then the final of the big three is real-time animation, which is what we're going to focus on today. So this is giving us high fidelity, real-time animation from a wide range of different devices. So it's hard to talk about real-time animation without seeing it in real time. So I'm going to switch into Unreal Engine, and we'll go through a little bit of a demo to show off some of the features. So we've got Unreal Engine here. This is 5.6. And I'll give a little bit of information about kind of what the level you're seeing is. So this is based on one of the MetaHuman lighting samples that are available on Fab. This one's the split lighting sample, and I just changed the color to purple to sort of match up with our theme this year. I've got two MetaHuman presets. So these are MetaHuman presets coming from the new MetaHuman creator in Unreal Engine. So this one is Walter that we've got over here. Sorry, that's Kelvin, and this is Walter over here with the beard. I'm going to show on these presets, but everything I show could be done on any MetaHuman. So this could be something much more custom. And then I've just got a few cameras to jump around. So this is a very simple level. You could create this yourself within a few minutes. And I'm going to start by showing our webcam use for live. So to do that, I'm going into Live Link. So all of our real-time systems are built as Live Link sources. So this means that all of the existing things that work for Live Link, that's particularly used for a lot of body mocap and these kind of things, all those same approaches, all those same tools are available for the face as well. And I'm going to add a source and add a video source. So I'll just show that again. So I was shooting add source, and there's MetaHuman video. This is added in my source, and if I click on here, we can see that I can choose my video device. So I'm choosing my webcam that I've got over here, and I can choose my video format, and so that's the resolution and the frame rate. Now, you might think the thing to do here would be pick the highest resolution possible, but what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to favor frame rate over resolution. So what we find is a higher frame rate, you're going to pick up a lot more of the fidelity of lip movements, blinks, these kind of things. We process actually quite a low resolution, so going down a bit on the resolution really isn't going to affect the quality that much. So in this particular case, I think I'll just run at 60 FPS, and I'll choose 1280 by 720. I'm going to give it a subject name. So this will be what's used to represent it later when I connect it up to the MetaHuman, and click Connect. And if we click in my source, we can see the input video here. So just angle the webcam a little bit. And if I choose trackers, we can actually see it tracking my face in real time. Now, I'll mention a few of the other things we can see in this list. So we've got FPS, so this is the frame rate that we're seeing, and dropping. So if the FPS starts dropping, that means frames coming in from the camera are struggling. So sometimes in low light, they'll adjust the exposure, and you'll see the frame rate drop a bit. If this is showing dropping here, this means that we're struggling to process the incoming frames at the rate they're coming in. So that probably means your GPU on your machine is struggling a bit to keep up. So I guess that's all running. We can see the state's OK. I'm just about managing to stay in frame. So we'll wire it up to our MetaHuman. If I go back to the level, I'm going to switch to just look at Kelvin. Click on Kelvin here. And it's as simple as choosing our incoming video source in the live link subject, ticking a box, and here we go. So now you can see that I'm driving from a webcam a MetaHuman in real time. Now, it's quite hard for me to kind of drive UE at the same time as staying focused on a webcam, as you can probably tell. Not the greatest performance, so I'm going to drag in Jihan here, who can hopefully take over and drive our MetaHuman for us. So if you can stay there, Jihan. Maybe just come a little bit closer. There we go. So this is now Jihan driving the MetaHuman. But Jihan's features are quite different from mine, so we're getting a little bit of a different result. What I'll do is I'll jump back into the live link source, and I'll show a couple of the more advanced settings. So if I scroll down here, we can open up this smoothing area here. So by default, we do apply some smoothing to the data that we're creating. And this is because different webcams, different lighting conditions, you are going to get a little bit of jitter. And we've got a default smoothing set. But what you can do, if I jump into here and expand these parameters, what you can see here is that MetaHuman facial description standard controls that I mentioned earlier. So these are all the controls that we're generating from our real time to represent the face. And then for each one, you can potentially choose a smoothing method and also how to smooth. So if I take something like this and change the method to €1, you can potentially tweak these. So we'll have a bit more information. I'm not going to go into it in great detail here about what these different settings do in our documentation. But this is basically a way that if you're really trying to get the most out of the system, you can customize these settings to suit your environment, your lighting, your camera to get it as accurate as you can. I'm going to leave those on default for now for this example. And then I'm going to move on to showing capture neutrals. So if I click this, oops, sorry. Let me expand that again. So if I click this capture neutrals button here, this will do two things. It will capture what we call a calibration, a neutral calibration. So what we're doing here is we're taking the values that we get from Jihan's face, and we're using them to create an offset to our tracking to try and get it to match Jihan's face a bit better. So that's kind of a way of customizing it to an actor. Now, this doesn't always give better results, but if it's struggling, this can really help. The other thing this will do is capture a neutral head position. So what this is allowing us to do is right now, Jihan's framed in a certain place in the frame. Once it knows that we consider that a neutral position, as he moves, it can create translation values rather than just rotation values, because it now knows what we consider the kind of neutral position. So if I click that now, that's all it takes. Jihan's nicely staying very still. And if we move back now, if you can give us a little performance, Jihan. There we go. So you can see the eyes opened up a bit because it's fixed a little bit better to Jihan's face. And then also if you do a little bit of movement backwards and forwards, Jihan, you can see we're now getting head translation, whereas before we were only getting head rotation. Oh, that was me clicking out of it. So I mentioned before, this is all coming in as live link data and our animation controls. So what this means is existing tools like Take Recorder just work out the box. So I'll open up Take Recorder, and I'll drag in the Kelvin blueprint or character that we're looking at. make sure I'm going to record in the right way. And I will choose to record some body animation. Now, this might be a bit counterintuitive that I'm recording the body, even though we're talking about the face. But with MetaHumans, all of our animation gets sent to the body, and then it's passed through to the face. And that's because we've got this head movement coming in, as well as the facial controls. So by recording these body controls, I'm recording basically the whole performance in one single set of animation. So all I need to do now is click record. And we should get 3, 2, 1. And could you give us a little performance, Jihan? There we go. And we'll stop there. So this has been recorded out to a level sequence. I can open up that level sequence, play it back, and we can see that we've recorded straight from live animation coming in. And now that's in a level sequence. If I wanted to, I could export that as an animation sequence, and I could go on to that sort of next creative step I was talking about. So that might be run some filters on the animation. That might be you want to go in and hand edit curves, but that can then become what you're using within your game or your linear content, or however you want to use it. Now, that was me taking it through the webcam source, but we've got multiple other sources for driving in real time. So I'm going to add an audio source now. So I added that in exactly the same way as the video source. Choose our microphone exactly as I did with the webcam. Give it a name, and now we have an audio source set up. So if I speak into this microphone, we've got a little level indicator, so I can just see that it's working. And the other thing worth mentioning here is the FPS. So with all of our audio processing, we output at 50 frames per second at the moment, because we found that's a kind of nice balance between the quality of result and the processing power needed to generate it. If I jump back into our demo and switch to my Walter character, I can wire up my audio source in exactly the same way as I did with my video source. So we click audio, click use live link, and now we can see we've got animation coming into a MetaHuman, all generated entirely from audio in real time. Now, there's a couple of things worth noting here. You'll see at the moment, in the real time as opposed to the offline, we don't yet have blinks or head movement that I mentioned, but these are obviously things we're looking at as we've got the ambition to get to the point where you can get a full performance just from an audio feed. If I jump down to our dual view, if Li Jihan looks into the camera, we can also see that we can run multiple feeds onto multiple characters simultaneously without any problems. So you can have a few different actors. How do you think it's going so far, Jihan?
Yeah, it smells fresh air in here. Yeah.
There's one final thing I'm going to show as part of the live demo, which is media bundles. So if I jump into my media folder here, there's one I created earlier. And we'll just open it up. So this is a media bundle, which is an asset that's representing, in this case, a file media source. But if I drop this down, you'll see there's multiple media sources in here. So this is kind of an asset that's representing different media coming into Unreal Engine. In here, we can see file media source. We've got things like a stream media source. So there could be data streaming in. But also, there's multiple plugins available that will add different sources. So for example, there's plugins for professional capture cards. And if you were using a professional capture card like that, this would allow you to feed in something like an SDI camera or a HDMI camera. So you could really be using kind of more professional recording equipment, more professional cameras, and still feed this into Unreal Engine. But I'm going to stick with the file media source for this demo. And the only reason I created this earlier was just because I didn't want to have to type in a path live on stage. But all I've got here is a file path to a MOV from one of our shoots earlier, and I've set it to loop. And it's simple as that. Now, if I jump back into Live Link, I'm just going to delete those subjects that we created earlier. I'll go back to my video source, but instead of choosing my webcam this time, if I drop that down, we can see that my media bundle is showing in the list. And if I click on that and click Connect, it's working exactly the same as the webcam did. So we can now see the input video being loaded off the disk. And if we switch to tracking, we can see that it's tracking that video in real time in exactly the same way as it did from the webcam feed. And we've got all the same data about sort of frames per second and resolutions coming in and all those kind of things. And unsurprisingly, if I jump back to our Kelvin character, I can wire it up in exactly the same way as I did with the other two examples. And we've got it coming in from video. I'll just pop this out and jump back in so that we can see them a little bit side by side. And we can see that this is solving from video in real time. So if you want to get the best results out of video, we'd still recommend the offline process. But what this allows you to do is to diagnose issues, simulate data coming in, these kind of things. You could try out different types of lighting from different videos and really analyze them to get the best results. Or it can be useful for demos like this, where it's a struggle for us both to stand in front of a webcam and not move out of the way. I think that was everything I was going to show in the live portion, so I'll just switch back to the presentation. There we go. So I showed a few different inputs there. I showed from a microphone, but that could be any audio input device. So if you've got an audio capture card, something like that, again, you could be getting stream of audio even over the internet or something. I showed the webcam, which is probably, I imagine, the most useful one and the one that will get used the most. Any webcam that shows up in Windows should work in UE. And we've also showed the media framework with media bundles as a way of getting in the sort of SDI feeds and these kind of things. What I haven't shown there, and that's because I wanted to avoid having to set up a Wi-Fi network in here, was the mobile phone integration. So we're adding support for real-time to the existing LiveLink Face iOS application. This means that you can stream from the device animation into UE generated in real time. What this also means, though, is that you can record at the same time. So if you wanted on the iPhone, you could stream real-time animation into UE, get a real-time previs of what's happening on stage or what's happening with your performance, but you could still record the depth-based stuff at the same time. And then that could be processed offline later to give a higher quality of result. So that's one of the things we're really looking at, is this idea that you can get real-time previs, but then still do an offline processing to really push the quality up if you want to. Or if your use case means you're doing a live stream or something like that, you can push out that live data straight away. The other thing that's worth announcing is that we are releasing an Android LiveLink Face. So this is our first Android application for generating this animation. That'll be coming out in beta alongside the 5.6 release. In fact, I think it's now already live on the Play Store. This is limited to certain chipsets right now, but we're hoping to expand it. And the reason this is limited right now is because on both the iPhone and the Android application, all of the processing happens on the phone. So we're not streaming the images into UE and doing the processing in Unreal Engine as we were with the video. We're actually using the MPUs on the phone to do all of the processing. So this means you can not only have potentially more actors, because you're sort of spreading the load across different devices, but also, if your machine can't render the high quality that you want in your scene, you could potentially offload that processing onto the phone, and again, sort of split that so that you're not hitting lower frame rates or anything like that. So that was a run through of all of the kind of general device support that we're releasing in 5.6 in the product. But what we're also doing is working with manufacturers on support for specific devices. So right now, our focus has been on head-mounted camera systems because these are widely used for animation capture, and these are a very common use case. But our hope is to expand that further with time. So the way these are added is these manufacturers have been developing LiveLink plugins for our system, where they stream images into UE, and then we process them in a similar way to the webcam. And what this means is they've all built on top of our API that is completely open to write a plugin specific to their device. But that's not limited to them. Anyone who wants to can use that API. So if you've got a specific device that can stream in images, or get images into a Windows machine, you can write a plugin, and then you can use it to create real-time animation. So we're hoping this will allow people to kind of play around with different ways of doing things, write plugins for different devices, and really expand that capture device ecosystem that I talked about at the start. So I've run through quite quickly there, some of the different device support and given a little demo of how to use some of them. But I just wanted to go back over those kind of top 3 hints and tips that I mentioned along the way, just to try and help everyone get the best results they can. So the first of those would be frame rate over resolution. So generally, lower frame rates are going to miss a lot of fast movement. So if you're particularly doing talking or lots of fast facial expressions. So whereas resolution, we process at quite a low resolution, so you can kind of get away with anything as long as it's maybe in the sort of 720 by 720 range, particularly if you're well framed, so if you're making use of all of the available frame area on the camera. So we'd really say favor frame rate over resolution. I also mentioned GPU contention. So both the audio and the video processing run on the GPU. And this means if Unreal Engine is also trying to render, you can get contention between them. So you might want to look at setting a maximum frame rate in your project, and then looking at what frame rate you're trying to process off the camera to kind of balance the two. And then my final hint before I hand over to Jihyun would just be to experiment. So we've used this now in quite a few different areas. Hopefully most of you caught the keynote and you'll have seen the little blue segment that we did. That was all driven just from a webcam. What we find is different lighting, different cameras, even different people's facial movements. There's slightly different results, and it's really worth experimenting with, changing lights, trying out different cameras if you're really trying to push the quality. And what we really hope is people try out different things, post on the forums, and there can start being a bit of a kind of knowledge base builds up about different ways of doing things, which devices work well, which settings work best for which devices, and everyone can kind of spread that knowledge around. So that's the end of the live demo and a bit of talking about the different features that are coming out in 5.6. And I'm going to hand over to Jihyun, who's going to do a bit more of a deep dive into the ML side of things behind what we just saw, and also some of the data that was captured to help build it.
Thank you, Colin. I hope you enjoyed that live demo. Now I'd like to switch gears and dive into the AI and machine learning technology that our Epic research team developed for the real-time animation. So our fundamental motivation when designing the real-time technology was the rapidly evolving landscape of the AI computing platforms. The revolution is advancing the edge computing to accommodate the powerful real-time AI solutions. And we recognize this as a transformative opportunity to build a complete end-to-end AI solutions for real-time technology. So MetaHuman Animator Real-Time leveraged this opportunity and is available on multiple platforms, such as iOS, Android, and desktop GPUs. So MetaHuman Animator is an AI solution that we built with the innovative architecture design and high-quality animation data set through extensive R&D efforts. So in this part of talk, I'd like to cover 3 key areas. First, the evolution of MetaHuman Animator Real-Time from MetaHuman Animator. Second, our efforts into the data capture and data generation pipeline to enable us the large-scale data set building. And finally, I'd like to have a deep dive into the machine learning architecture and the real-time computational flow. So the original MetaHuman Animator was designed to achieve the highest animation quality by combining the numerical optimization techniques with assisted machine learning algorithms. It utilized the calibration process to build a high-quality personalized DNA rigs, and it also used the stepped input to accurately capture the facial deformations. For the MetaHuman Animator Real-Time, we wanted to democratize the technology, making it accessible on affordable consumer devices such as webcams. But the original design was not well suited for this goal. The requirements was quite challenging. We wanted to get rid of need for depth. We want the system to run nearly 60 frames per second, achieve the best animation fidelity at real time, and introduce a plug-and-play feature where users just enter the camera frame and the tracking instantly starts. A full machine learning solution was our answer to meet all these requirements, especially with the right tool set, such as the MetaHuman Creator and Animator, to build a high-fidelity data set. So going for the machine learning solution meant we need to build a large-scale data set to train ML models that could actually accurately and robustly predict facial animations across various identities, performances, and environments. So we started by leveraging the existing iPhone and webcam data set, which captured from our original MetaHuman Animator project. So we scanned a large number of talents with iPhone and webcams and processed the iPhone data with the MetaHuman Animator to generate the high-quality animations. The data set covered a wide range of facial performances, including dialogue, pangrams, emotions, and facial range of motions. This data later became our foundation for synthetic data generation. In addition, we also launched a new data scanning initiative to increase the identity diversity and build a multi-view data set, which iPhone and webcam scan didn't cover. So we scan new talents using Epic's in-house face scanner in multiple locations and process the data with our proprietary face tracking and solving technology. The data set covered a wide range of 4D facial performances to build the highest quality animation data set. The animation data, along with the accurately calibrated DNA rigs from the expression scans, were utilized for the synthetic data generation. So this data processing pipeline required massive computational resources and time investment. We processed 5.5 million 4D image frames, which nearly generated 5 petabytes of the data in total. The scale of the processing took many months of continuous computations, and the large-scale infrastructure was managed by our dedicated pipeline team. And every piece of data underwent quality assurance by our team of animation experts, ensuring that we could push the animation quality to the highest level possible. And we prioritized building a representative data set with the balanced demographics, such as age, geography, and gender distributions. And this balance was quite crucial that our ML model performs consistently across the diverse user populations. So, although the face scanning projects provided invaluable data, they still represented the sparse samples in the real-world demographics. So in order to overcome this limit, we started looking at the synthetic data generation. So we used the MetaHuman Creator and Unreal Engine as a synthetic data generator. So we used the calibrated DNAs and processed animations as source data. So MetaHuman Creator enabled the random sampling of MetaHuman identity across various expressions, camera poses, backgrounds, and even lighting, while providing the ground truth annotations, such as the animation parameters and geometry. So using approximately 30 render farm nodes with high-spec GPUs, we were able to generate a large volume of synthetic images. So we generated 11,000 MetaHuman synthetic DNA rigs, and 540,000 of synthetic face images. So here are the examples of our high-fidelity synthesized face images with the associated facial landmarks annotations. These images are rendered with Unreal Engine's advanced path tracer to capture the diverse lighting variations from the HDR background images. So with our real and synthetic data set, we train the ML models and build a computational pipeline around it to achieve the real-time performance. The pipeline takes an image frame as an input and outputs MetaHuman animation controls as well as track landmark and head pose parameters too. We built 3 machine learning models. First, the face detector to locate the facial locations in the image, and the landmark and head pose tracker to track the facial landmarks as well as head pose parameters. And finally, the most important generic animation solver to predict the facial animations from the input image. The computational flow were implemented in Unreal Engine, iOS, and Android platforms by Colin and his awesome engineering team to ensure the consistent real-time frame rate. Post-processing filters are also applied, as shown in the live demo, to stabilize the outputs. This video visualizes the intermediate steps and outputs across our machine learning models. The leftmost clip shows the 2 bounding boxes, green to crop input image for the landmark and head pose tracker, and red to crop the image for the generic animation solver. 2 middle clips shows the track landmark, contour, and the dense face mesh, which are used for bounding box creation as well as the head pose estimation. The rightmost clip shows the high-fidelity animation result from our generic animation solver. Now I'd like to share a detailed structured overview of our machine learning models. So we have 2 main models, landmark and head pose tracker, and generic animation solver, which share common foundations. The landmark tracker was the first built model, then repurposed for the generic animation solver by reusing the backbone weights as a pre-trained starting point. Both real and synthetic data were used for model training. We reduced jittering further for noise inputs by annotating the noise webcam data with our train solver and use the output as a training data set. And residual log likelihood estimation technique was applied to achieve the robust and accurate output quality. And domain adaptation technique was also applied to reduce the domain gap between the distribution of synthetic and real data set. Now, we'd like to invite you to experience the MetaHuman Animator real time for yourself. So visit our booth in the MetaHuman area to try out the demo. You can download the Unreal Engine 5.6 from the Epic Games Launcher to explore the technology on your own. And don't forget to try out LiveLink Face from the Apple Store and the Google Play Store, which just got available now. So we are very excited to see the incredible experience you will create with this technology, and welcome your feedback as we continue to push the boundaries of the facial animation technology. Thank you all for joining us our talk today.
So with that, we'd like to...
Yeah! Do what that guy did. Okay. All right, welcome everybody. Is everyone having a good fest so far? Pretty good? Still just day one? Cool. All right, before we begin, I want you guys to really just imagine developing a game or a vertical slice for a game where the people that are playing the game or interfacing with the game are constantly moving around the room, forcibly. There's also up to 16 of them in the room. And you also have to track upwards of 600 controllers at the same time. Why would you do something as crazy as that? Well, because at Universal Studios Orlando, that was some of the demands that we had to meet to develop Illumination's VillainCon Minion Blast, which is an amazing attraction in Universal Orlando, pretty much 10, 15 minutes away. So this is the first time that we're able to really deep dive into the development and how we used Unreal to help bring a fully immersive real-time attraction to life. So a few of the things we're gonna be talking about, what is it? We're gonna dive into how we design the theme park, how do we design an attraction, and how is it engineered, and how that's a lot different than a traditional game. And then of course, how we used Unreal. We were one of the first, if not the first, public-facing Unreal 5 products ever, which makes it even more scary. So just a little bit intros of who we are. My name is Tony Mecca. I'm a senior creative technologist at Universal Creative. At the time of the attraction, I was the animation director and real-time media director.
Hi, my name is Nick Sofa. I'm currently a senior technical designer at Universal Studios Creative, and at the time of the attraction, I was Unreal Engine programmer, just generalist. Yep.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Jason Weeks. I'm a senior director, software architect for Universal Creative. So we look at how we put all the software together, architect it, the software stack from end to end. So I've worked on that for VillainCon.
Cool. And these three nerds are about to dive into the making of this attraction. So first thing we're going to do is give you guys a little video showcasing what the attraction is.
Very good!
And that was just a little taste of the immense amount of fun that you can have at the Orlando Park, just down the road. So with looking into and designing a ride from the ground up at Universal Creative, we really wanted to focus on what kind of experience we want the guests to have. And that always starts with the story and what kind of story we want to tell with our amusement parks. And we knew, working with our partners at Illumination, that we wanted to expand the story of the most recent Minions movie at the time, back in 2015. And the scene where all of the Minions go to VillainCon. They go see all the extravagant tech that the villains are making and see all the cool bad guys. And we wanted to bring that to life in one of our parks. So we knew we had to bring that scene from the 1960s up to current day and have it be a setting within Universal Studios Florida. And since the original VillainCon scene was set in Orlando, there was kind of a perfect match to have it in our park. We also want to think about what sort of role the guest is playing in any of our rides, whether they're a big bad villain or someone just attending a conference. We need to kind of flesh that out and have that be a part of the ride's design. So what we have is the remaining members of the Vicious Six kind of showing a recruitment video to the guests in the queue to be like, hey, be a big bad villain, come work for us, and you might get rich and famous one day. So that's sort of the guest's primer to getting onto the ride. Along with working with Illumination and Entertainment, we have a lot of different project teams that work to build various attractions throughout Universal. And a lot of different requirements that all of them have to set to make a nice attraction, a nice ride for the guests. We have various marketing and retail teams, down to construction teams if the building or the ride needs any sort of maintenance or upkeep. Health and safety teams, not only for our team members working on the ride at the time, but then guests once the ride opens and guests are actively riding it. The operations teams that manage everything after the ride is open. Also down to like what plants are planted outside of the building and making sure we know who's watering those. So spinning a lot of plates, and just a huge shout out to all the great team members that we get to work with on a daily basis. A huge push at Universal Studios is creating unique experiences at our parks and making sure that there is an experience that is nothing like nothing else in the world. And having the design of the ride track is one of those big innovations that we had created for this ride and wanted this to be part of the uniqueness. Instead of a regular ride vehicle that you have a couple, 10 or so people get on, sit down, have a restraint over them, and then they get sent off in a burst. This one has what we call an omni-mover, which is like a big conveyor belt, sort of, that guests will stand on and be moved through the ride at a singular pace. So in having that design of a constant flow of guests, we have to design our media to be not only interactive, but also seamless and running for over 12 hours with up to a dozen or 16 dozen-ish, whatever, people shooting at these screens at the same time. So having to design other rides, there's points where, or even video games, you have a loading screen, or you have some points where you can reset everything. But with this constant stream of guests, we have to think about where we can kind of fit in those reset points and make it look natural. So a guest doesn't come into a scene and everything's already exploded from the 10 people in front of me and then I don't get to play, you know? Another point of not a challenge that we had to overcome were the amount and design of the screens that are on the in the track as well. These giant LED walls and projectors that are bigger than this screen you see here. Anywhere from 1 to 5 screens in a specific scene that are all interconnected, and then also the non-linear like curvature of some of the screens where a screen would be 10 feet flat and then have a bend in the end, so you had to design the media to look right in this weird sort of camera angle on this flat wall. Optimization was also immensely important. We'll get into that a little later with the engineering side, but with the flip side of that, we were able to use insanely powerful hardware and not really have to worry about what a specific console might be able to handle or what the average graphics card that a PC user is using. We were just able to buy the latest and greatest and throw whatever we wanted at it, kind of. Yeah, so that was another big portion of designing this ride. So at Universal Studios, we also want to design rides and experiences for guests that just ride once and they go about their day and go on to the next ride, but also keep in mind guests who want to have repeat rides or annual guest pass holders that will come ride this ride a dozen times in a month. They're starting here with the mobile app that we keep as like a sort of mini app inside of the Universal Studios Florida app that would track any sort of player data and collectibles or achievements that you would get on the ride and out in the land as well. And then those would unlock customizable options for the player to change some of their aesthetics on the ride, like the blaster reticle color or shape or various different upgrades that you're able to get from ride to ride. And so you'll have a unique experience every time you come back. So you would very easily take your phone and tap it to the blaster as soon as you get to the front of the ride, and be able to apply any of those upgrades that you would get. So you'd have a new, unique experience than the person standing next to you. And then at the very end of the ride, the blaster seamlessly transfers all of that data to our backend and updates it on your phone. So as soon as you're off the ride, you can take a look at your score compared to your friends next to you. And then apply any new upgrades or things that you got onto the next go-around. So what does the gameplay loop actually look like? We're talking a lot about screens and conveyor belts and guns and blasters. Not guns, blasters, so sorry. So what you see here that you also saw in the video, the screen ratio is a little different, but this is the first scene that you see when you get onto the ride. And we wanted to treat this as sort of a sandbox tutorial for guests. Because we know not all guests are gamers. They've maybe never played a video game in their life. So we wanted everybody to get up to a certain baseline understanding of the gameplay loop. So what happens when I blast a minion or a red box or a gold coin, and understanding what is showing the guests that they're having an influence on the game and doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? So we have a little example of the blaster here with the primary fire is what you see mostly in the scene with the different elements affecting different things in like the conveyor belt. If you hit it with electricity, it'll go faster and zoom some of the boxes off. Or you hit a red box with fire, it'll explode, that sort of thing. And then the secondary trigger on the blaster has a launcher that is all like very iconic little Easter eggs from the movies, like a banana blaster or a fart bomb that makes the minions laugh, that sort of thing. And finally, we have ultimates, where if you've scored enough on the ride, you have this big bombastic moment of a few seconds of like being supercharged and super powerful. So you rack up a ton of points. And then all of these are customizable, either before the ride or mid-ride, if you were to shoot, say, the red box with fire there. And the launchers and ultimates you can gain mid-ride if you defeat some of the bosses, and really try to get other guests to see, oh wow, how'd you unlock that? We want guests to want to try to sink their teeth into some of the gameplay things that we're doing here. And then after this first intro scene, we have one of the Vicious Six members in each of their little domains as sort of a boss that has their own patterns, their own weaknesses, and things that you would try to find out on multiple playthroughs that you would blast and like unlock new launchers. So yeah, that's mainly the gameplay design for VillainCon. I'll hand it over to Jason here to talk more about the engineering.
All right. You can be the demo.
Oh yeah.
Hello, everybody. All right. Well, let me just first say that this engineering task was a technical feat, right? I want to thank the teams that worked on this, because understanding the magic that happens behind the technical is really, it's beautiful. And it's something I appreciate. And a lot of people don't get to see what happens behind the scenes. But just think at it holistically on what this is. This is this blaster. There's 600 of them, always being tracked. There's 100 of them always being rotated in a queue for the guests to have that continuous flow of people. And then on the scenes, we're actively tracking 500 of them. We're getting the telemetry, we're getting the data, we're downloading visuals, audios, sounds, everything to the blaster in real time. So you think about that, we have a blaster going through 500 of them, all on the same network. And we're also going from the same game, just in different levels, right? So we're propagating 500 people through the same game. And these games are vertical slices. So they basically repeat the same thing over and over again, the boss loops, and they're interactive for each of the scenes. And then whatever the player does, carries on to the next scene. We push it forward, the payload. And that continues on until we get to the end. So we have that persistence of scene to scene. And then also, on top of that complexity, we have a mobile app. We always try to push even further. So we have the mobile app where we can tap in when we first come into the gun itself. There's an FC here. We tap that in, has all of our previous times we played, all of our achievements, all of our perks, all of our new weapons that we can do, or even our seasonals. We have like seasons. Yeah. Every month we have a special weapon that spawns in the game if you want to play it with your ultimate. Start thinking about dynamic content and that idea. We did it all in this. In the end of it, it was a lot of learning, a lot of bottlenecks, but basically it was a technical feat that we haven't done before, at least in our domain. It was something to be proud of. So anyways, onward to the next slide. All right, so Minions being Minions, they want to destroy everything. That's one thing that I really enjoy about this project because get to work with Minions, and Minions are mischievous, and they just destroy everything. So we wanted to make sure we destroy everything in all the levels. So in the very beginning, we started using chaos physics. Well, that worked fine in the very beginning. When we started to scale it with a lot of players, that didn't work so much. And we worked with our great partners at Epic to understand why chaos wouldn't work. We did custom engines. We came to the point that the collections weren't reversible. We couldn't get away from certain hitches inside of it because it would cause an architecture change in how chaos works at that time. This is 5.1. So we ended up pivoting to old school techniques. We did pre-baked destructions. We went to Houdini or whatever DCC we had and pre-baked it, and then we brought it in that way. That way we could scale and get rid of all those destruction hitches that we were seeing. The problem is, in typical legacy, doing those kind of workflows, you have artifacts. Now you have a skeleton joint to all the different pieces that you want to break up. You have to manage those pieces. Those are all, it has a cost to it, right? So even just the visual fidelity, if you break something and the vertex is shared across the joints, you'll get a screen stretch, right? Everybody knows what that looks like. It's horrible. We don't want that. So we have to go back and redo all the models to do that. So we were able to gain a significant amount of performance by going back to old school methods. But we weren't there yet. The next thing we had to do was object pooling. Because in the scene itself, you think about it, we have all these players. I think our scene 2, we can have the 40 players at once in that scene. And they're on the travelator, so a moving walkway, playing the whole time. And they're just sitting there spamming that fire button, projectile, 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 explosion, explosion, collectible, collectible. All these things are being spawned. So what's a big cost that we have? It's construction and deconstruction of all the actors, right? That is the huge cost for our frame rate. And that's something we had to get rid of. And because our game never reset, there was no opportunity to do it. So if we started playing with the garbage collection, we could sit there and change the frequency, we could change the cluster size, we could do all that fancy stuff. And then there's always a point that we had to dump the garbage, and whoever was on the tracks at that point, all the reticles would freeze at the same time. We don't want that. So we had to think very creatively about it. So we created object pooling. So we redid the whole architecture inside the engine to support object pooling. So every time we had an asset, we reused it. We just changed the state. So for example, the blasters were object pooled. Every time we'd sit there, we have maybe 40 blasters in a scene, and we'd sit there and move the player state into those blasters, and they would keep moving forward as it went out. So those kind of techniques really put us over the edge for optimizations. So I know we spent a lot of time on doing these dump hitches. That was pretty constant. I think you guys all know about that. And then the last thing we wanted to do, we still weren't getting there. We were finally getting our CPU bound, but our GPU and our fidelity, we were not getting it because we're pushing, 20 million pixels on one of the LED walls. That's a lot of pixels to render, and we're trying to keep 60 FPS. So the problem with that is, well, how about we use TSR, temporal super resolution, from the engine? The idea was like, hey, maybe we could downsize it 50% and then up-res it with TSR. And that would get our graphics up higher. Well, that's what we did. Right? I think we were able to do a 65%. We were able to do downsize 65% and up-res it to 100%. So that's a good technology. But there's some artifacts. And these are the ones that get you in the end. We got a huge boost in performance. But then we started seeing artifacts with TSR. So TSR is interesting, and Tony will probably talk more about this. On LED wall, the pixel pitch and all the LED layout for the pixels themselves, they're too far apart, right? So whenever we have objects move across the screen, we start seeing a lot of ghosting. we start seeing a lot of ghosting from the previous frames because TSR takes the previous frames and uses the velocities to go to the next frames. We started seeing a lot of blurring across the screen. So we had to work with Epic quite a bit. And this is something that's great having great partners like Epic. They came on site with the engineering team. We went through on site all the problems, came up with custom shaders, the way we could take materials and move it across the conveyor belt and use TSR on it, how we had to make special colliders to block shadows. And it worked well, except for one thing. One thing is the render layer. So the reticle itself. The reticle itself was always a problem because it was above the TSR level. And that causes a problem because of aliasing. Well, you have all these reticles, everything's beautiful, but you have this really jagged edged reticle. That problem was a tough one because it wasn't supported. But we were able to work with Epic and CVARs, everybody's favorite word, CVARs, to find out what the right combination was to make it look good. Now, that is another whole topic we get into, but I know I'll spare you the pain. But CVARs, there's lots of things you can do with CVARs as long as you understand how to use them and where to get information from. That's something that Epic can help with a lot. So that's where they came to us, like we need to set this setting, and do it real time. So that really made a huge improvement on our optimization. We went from really low frame rate to 60 FPS pretty much with these types of huge vertical shifts. All right, so this was actually fun because I like networking quite a bit. When you look at all the telemetry and all the data going in and out the blaster, you think about just the structure of the network you need to have designed for that, for all the different servers to communicate. How do you orchestrate that? Because the bandwidth is a problem, and latency is a problem. We don't want to have a guest moving the blaster back and forth, and it lags across the screen. It doesn't feel good. If it doesn't feel good, no one's going to enjoy it. So we had to set to be very strategic on our network buffer because if we slam 500 to 600 blasters on that network, it gets queued up and the buffer would overrun, and we just start getting hitches all the time, right? So sure, we created a new buffer. We used a lot of TQs for all the inbound, all the different types of data packets, and so we can have that offload because you can save a buffer frame by doing stuff like that, right? So we did that. Still wasn't enough yet. We were still slamming so much data into our servers because every server is getting all the telemetry. It's like, okay, well, we just need to strategically, physically separate them with VLANs. Great. Didn't work enough. We need to do something else. So one of the cool things we didn't really talk about too much is a digital twin. So we actually did do, this is actually a digital twin of the attraction inside of Unreal, right? So we know spatially where you're at with the blaster in the real world and in the virtual world. So we set up a system, a geofencing. We just started creating volumes inside the engine from scene to scene to scene. We knew exactly where the blaster was, so we only need to send all the packets that were in that coordinate system to that server. So we didn't have to send to all the other servers. So that really solved a big problem we had for network flow. And the other thing was, typically in multiplayer games, because this is what it is, a multiplayer game, you have a dedicated server. Well, dedicated server wouldn't typically take all this inflow and spread it out, but the dedicated server is getting slammed too. So we needed a way to figure it out. So it's more of a peer-to-peer network, the way we started doing it. We pass information forward. It all starts in scene 0, right, and passes it forward. And as we go through the cycling of the scene, we would hand it off the player data to the next one. And then before we would exit to the last scene, we'd send it up to the cloud. All right, so the cloud itself, the app, everything in sync with each other and real time. And then as soon as the guest gets off, they want to see the scoreboard and see in their app what they did, right? So that's what the mobile app did for us, but it was a pain point because in the very end was when mobile came on. We had to do everything else first, the game design. We put the hooks in. We did, site unit testing for mobile, but we started actually integrating it. There's a lot of fun segregating NFC swipe zones to where they would start doing the payload. We had to do a lot of fencing zones to move that data back and forth. So it in itself was the engineering feat to orchestrate all that data and all those transport layers. All right, well, I will stop boring you with all the technical, and I'll hand it over to the fun, Tony.
All right, the fun, I guess. How we used Unreal. So for the front end, we did a tremendous amount of work on art and animation to match what was traditionally viewed up until this point by most people in feature film, right? Illumination is very, very, very protective, as they should be, of their Despicable Me franchises, their Minion franchises, because they look fantastic. They are world-class visuals. So these were some pieces of concept art that I did find early on that were done years before we went to final, and it was really cool to see how close we actually got between the concept art and the actual final that we were. These, I think, were a little bit earlier, where they were just kind of like the chicken scratch drawings. It's a little blown out on there, but of where we went from the initial concepts to how we actually realized it. So the challenge is on the actual art side. How can we get something looking this good? Well, the first thing was bringing on our amazing animation team, our amazing effects team. We didn't have to build it for a console, right? We're not saying this has to run on PS5, this has to run on an Xbox, or even do what you would call a traditional PC launch, which is you want it to run on a very wide range of PCs. There was a very, very specific time, this is burned into my memory, where someone came in and they said, "Tony, this scene is using 37 gigs of video RAM." And my response was, hell yeah. I was like, are we still running at 60 FPS? They're like, kind of. I was like, hell yeah.
It's cooking the MDF.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So really, it was challenging to design a game that has to have a constant scene loop that runs for 20 hours, sometimes up to 24 hours a day, if they don't reboot the attraction, which doesn't really happen a lot. So creating animation trees and animation loops that literally have to go 20 hours a day and not destroy and not have garbage collection, not pick something up or have something fall off, and have all of these extremely complex levels of animation diagrams and animation trees that will allow us to say, if something blew this up, if the ice did this, if the fire hit this, blow this up this way, move into here. If that combination of craziness occurred, how can we remove a minion from being stuck elegantly and not look like it's, freaking out a little bit or doing some of that stuff, and despawn him and respawn him back to where he needs to be? Because traditionally, there's a lot of garbage collection that goes on in games. You go to the next level, you turn the console off, you turn it back on again, and our stuff has to be in a complete constant scene loop. The graphics hardware, this is something that I love diving into. We found that, and I'm sure a lot of the developers, I'm sure there's a lot of you in this room that are deving on, the PlayStations and the Xboxes and the Switches. Unreal and a lot of software out there does not care how many cores you have, right? In terms of when you break like 16. So I remember the initial servers we had just to test some things out, there were like 128 cores, and we would see core 0 through 15 pegged at like 100% to 80%, and then the rest of them sitting idle. So we learned very, very quickly that Unreal is going to be optimized for the amount of threads that are in the latest video game consoles. So we got a massive performance boost by, instead of going for more cores, obviously going for less cores, higher clock speeds, which brought in different challenges because we can't just put gaming PCs in these things. These need to run 20 hours a day. They have to be servers. So we designed kind of hybrid HEDT server systems. And then the graphics hardware. I am a graphics card nerd. If it was up to me, I would have put the latest graphics card in these things 24 hours before we opened, which we pretty much did. You have to use Pro cards because Pro cards are designed for servers, and Pro cards are designed to be robust enough to run for that amount of time. There's other parts where they're picked from the center of the wafer and all that kind of other stuff, but I'm gonna dispel one of the biggest myths in the world right now. And I can say this for entire certainty. How many of you guys have dealt with like G-forces before, Quadros, like the differences? You guys know with like Quadros, you have to go to like get the Pro drivers, and G-forces, right? Show of hand. No. The Quadro and, well, now they're just called the RTX line of Pro cards, will work with game-ready drivers. You can install the latest game-ready drivers, and it will enable all of the Pro features and give you all of the latest features of the latest game-ready optimizations for Unreal, any of the ray tracing, path tracing, any of the stuff that's in there. It's just not certified for Pro use, which is fine for our use cases. So I want to dispel that myth right away. When we had to kind of take things to feature level animation. For those of you that have worked in feature film and in games, or both for that matter, it's very different in the pipeline. Okay, a lot of times in feature film, it's like, I don't care, put 55 4K textures on the eyeball. So to match that fidelity, there was a lot of care put into what I called, I don't care, just go chugga chugga go. And there was a concern of mine where I said, okay, well, if we were going to say, let's create the facial rigs and the shaders and do all the things that you would traditionally do, can Unreal handle it? Can it actually do it? I'm not deving for the PlayStations, I'm not deving for the consoles. If I have to use up, like I said, all the video RAM that they'll give me at that time, the cards in there, 48 gig cards dispersed among multiple servers, will Unreal actually just do it? Not say, are you sure you want to do this? Because it's probably not going to have a high frame rate for a mid-level PC or even a high-level PC or a PS5 Pro. And the answer is yes, it did. The entirety of this attraction was hand-keyed. There was no motion capture. We had over 1,000 hand-painted textures, all running at between 4 and 8K, because of the fact that we were running on massive resolutions with LED walls, projectors, massive TV screens, and everyone needs to remember that it's not the environment that's being built just virtually. The Unreal scene, like Jason was saying before, is completely aware, and the level is built from the back of the real wall of the attraction into the actual gameplay level. So the Unreal file just looks at the screen or the projector or whatever that is, just as a window. That's it. Like, it is looking into that world, and I even think some of the levels inside of the Unreal files had some of the rafters and the lights in it and stuff because we wanted to get collision on that. Make sure that it's content aware. So building something like this is not at all like you would traditionally make a level. And of course, like we mentioned before, your people are moving. So having like, okay, are your reticles aligned correctly? Does it feel like when you shoot a shot from this angle when you enter, when you shoot a shot from this angle, does that look like it's going into the virtual window and traveling accordingly as well? So we had 10, bosses, 6 boss level vehicles, all sorts of stuff that we kind of took from the feature film and our partners at Illumination and either adjusted them or reconstructed them to just work in real time. There was a lot of optimizations that needed to be done, a lot of obvious things. When you get an asset from feature film, you might have an eyeball with 211 draw calls in it. I think that was the record for like an eyeball and like 40 UV sets for like an arm, which is fine. So some of the stuff did need to be rebuilt, which is fine to get it just into the level of not insanity. But it was incredible how well even the first iteration of UE5 was able to get these feature level assets running if you had the hardware to do it. So with the animation, we did use not what you would traditionally do in a game. Tons of blend shapes on the faces, tons of high resolution textures, shaders, different types of blurring effects. The animation system itself is something I would say do not do this if you are developing cartoony level animation for PC release, for Xbox, for PlayStation, for Switch release, especially with the more stylized things because of the fact that we needed to get the Minion's mouth moving like from here to the big expressions that they make to how quickly they can move to their eyeballs doing certain things. There's a lot of tricks that go into pre-rendered content with your traditional Maya workflow into feature film that aren't necessarily good practices for regular game development. But for us, we did them because we wanted to match the highest fidelity possible. And did the engine do it? Yep, sure did. We were like, we're gonna put 7,000 to 10,000 blend shapes on this character. Did the frame rate go down? Sure did. But did it work? Yep. And so it's just a testament to how well Unreal was able to just say, all right, we're gonna go ahead and just take it, and we're gonna just have it work. So hopefully in a few years, once we see the graphics hardware and CPU power get better and faster and stronger, we'll be able to just not have to worry about some of this stuff, which is really cool. We had an incredible animation team, over 900 unique hand-keyed animations. Everything was hand-keyed, no motion capture, no any kind of performance capture or anything like that. Button. Okay. When Jason said earlier we had to go old school on the destruction and Houdini and stuff. No, we went even older school. This is Tony hand draw joints school inside of how we wanted things to kind of collapse in itself. One of the scenes that was really cool, we had the orca from Jaws we put in there as a little kind of Easter egg, and because of how many people were shooting at it from very specific directions, we literally had to art direct the physics behind it, because people entering would shoot at the left side, people exiting would be shooting at the right. There would be a collectible there or some sort of type of attention being drawn to a specific part of what you wanted to shoot at and what you wanted to blow up. So based on gameplay, we couldn't just say, just blow it up, just do physics, do whatever. We had to literally adjust and art direct how things were pieced together based on having 16, 20, 30 people in a scene shooting at it at once. And a lot of these were reconstructed multiple times based on that guest feedback or what we saw. Well, not really guest feedback yet because the attraction wasn't open, based on team member feedback, based on us testing it, which is very cool. One of the very, very fun things about traditionally Illumination franchises is they have incredible animation with very stylized, you can call them cartoony characters, but the effects are all like real world. Right? They're not cel shaded or anything like that. They're done in a very realistic style. So being able to kind of really, really push Unreal on that side too, and see how it actually interacted with the cartooniness of the characters was a lot of fun too. And again, it worked. There was a lot of warnings, like, are you really sure you want to be doing it this way? And we said, am I still at, Jason, are we still at 60? And he would say, no. And I would say, but look at how cool this looks. And he's like, but we're not at 60. And I'm like, let's see if we can do it. And there was a lot of back and forth to get it kind of pushing to that very, very edge, because I wanted to max out what Unreal and this hardware could do. One of the biggest challenges, and this is kind of going through how we had to like block this out, was our finale scene. And the finale scene kind of represents, like a portal within a portal within a portal, because what it's supposed to do is essentially at the very, very end, there's a giant hole blasted through the attraction itself. It was 3 massive projectors, the biggest scene in the attraction, and you're to fight the final members of the Vicious Six. But when you're dealing with an Omnimover, you can't go through up to 4 boss fights and still keep people moving and get your attraction holding capacity moving the entire time. So one of the things that we had to develop was a way to say, okay, how can we have people be in this scene, have a meaningful boss engagement, get all the collectibles they want, do what they need to do with those particular bosses, but still get the amount of people through that we needed to. So we created a full animation looping kind of staggered system where no matter where you come in at or no matter where you leave, you're guaranteed at least 2 boss sequences. And that was extremely challenging in terms of game design and animation, because we can't plan when someone's going to start the game. We can't plan when someone is going to say, I'm starting the level, let's start a cinematic and move to this and do this, and kind of, regular kind of game design development. We had to say, what happens if someone comes in halfway through this? What happens if someone comes in here? Because the Omnimover belt is just going to keep moving people at the same rate over and over and over again. So what we ended up doing is creating a quad scene loop, and you can see a little bit of the kind of animation graph there of very, very, very meticulously planning this out, even just in blocking, and tested it out to see how we can guarantee everyone is at least working with at least 2 different bosses. So this is one of the big randomizations inside of the attraction, and a lot of people at the very end will argue, so I saw this boss, I saw Scarlet, I saw this other character, right? And it is actually different between characters. But that was a lot of fun. It was very challenging, but there was so many times in this attraction where we're like, man, this is frustrating. How do we get this to work? And then we kind of like thought about it for a second and go, nobody else has these problems, because nobody else is going to do anything like this, because this is a one-off bespoke thing that only needs to be developed for an attraction at Universal. And I think we got a big boost in excitement every single time. We would just be like, oh my God, why are we doing this? This is the amount of times we would ask Epic, we're like, we need it to do this, and they're like, why?
I think Epic got tired of us calling.
Yeah, why would you ever do that? That's It's ridiculous. We're like, well, because it's an attraction. It's a one-of-a-kind thing. But again, that's a testament to our partnership with Epic and them being extremely helpful and extremely interested in working on something like this, which was very, very cool, because something like this might not ever be built again, right? It's a very bespoke one-off thing. So yeah, that's a kind of a little insight into how to make something crazy that is not necessarily supposed to be done anywhere else, and how unreal, and hopefully you guys found some interest in why we had to do things a specific way, and first of its kind for a really big deep dive into things you have to think about when designing for a major attraction at a major theme park. So I want to thank you guys for coming. Obviously, we want to thank all of our partners. We want to thank Epic, Illumination for helping us with this. But I wanted to go ahead and open it up for a Q&A if anyone has any questions for us. Cool.
Hello and welcome. My name is Frederick Nielsen. I'm in product management at Epic Games. I got my start in broadcast graphics. I then found and fell in love with character animation for both feature animation and video games. Even though now I'm in product, I still try and find time to actually animate here and there. Helps me test the tools and also gives me a bit of a creative outlet. At Epic, we get to make really fun games, exciting new tools, and we get to share it all with you. So here's a bit of the agenda I'm going to go over today. So I'm going to cover a little bit about product management, what we're building, some education resources, some internal and external projects, and kind of the adoption. And then what's new in 5.6, that'll be the bulk of it. And then a little bit about the future and experimental stuff. So what is product management? Well, we focus on roadmaps for the next releases of the engine. We gather feedback. We work on mock-ups with our UX team. We test the tools and iterate back and forth with the developers. We love to jump in and use the tools we're building. We meet with lots of people, both internally and externally. We deploy new versions of the tools and help onboard new users. We make tutorials, we make videos, and we give talks like this one. So we want to minimize the need for round-tripping in and out of our tools, which all too often can break your creative flow and take you away from what you're actually focused on doing. Being able to reach in and animate in final pixels is pretty great. We are often so deep into building these tools, it's sometimes difficult to step back and just admire all the amazing work people like you all are doing with these tools. It's quite inspiring to us, so please keep it up. So if we take a quick look at all of our releases since 5.0, which came out in 22, these tools are moving fast. We've been releasing about 2 full versions every year. It's definitely keeping us busy. Oops. When it comes to the animating in engine tools, here's a quick look at all the latest versions and some of the highlights of each. If we zoom into 5.4 and 5.5 a little bit, we had some pretty exciting updates in this space: modular rigging, shot-based deformers, animation layers, layered control rigs, time warp, and lots of other great stuff. If we take a look at education and learning, there are so many online resources available for you when you're ready to hop in and learn. I added some QR codes if you want to scan them, but they really just go to a few general links. But we have an Epic developer community that you may or may not know about. There are forums, tutorials, videos, and various posts from many of our internal Epic Games experts, and also you, the community. Also within our EDC is where you'll find our documentation, which I'll admit can be a bit difficult to keep up to date these days as we are continuously evolving the tools and upgrading them, so bear with us as we catch up again. I wanted to call out a new section that was just added, I think yesterday or today. It's called Unreal Engine for Maya users, so definitely look there and give us feedback on that. It's a new section we've been exploring, so we'd love to hear from you. And of course, there's YouTube. There's tons of incredible content on our Unreal Engine channel with amazing videos, talks, and interviews. That's where a lot of these will go up as well. There are also many other Unreal users out there putting out their own content, so we need more of this. We need you, the community, to help teach each other. Document your findings and learnings and share whatever you can. The truth is, nothing helps you learn more than just jumping in and trying stuff. Find and download some character rigs, either some of the ones we've released or from other people as well. We're working with some teams to get more animator-friendly rigs released soon. I'll get back to that in a second. There are also some very useful tools and plugins you can add to your projects. Load up the engine, add some assets, and just have fun with it. Push some buttons and see what they do. Break stuff. I wanted to also fill you in on where we're at with our internal adoption of these tools. So Lego Fortnite continues to be completely rigged and animated fully in the engine. They built really powerful tools that our other teams are now starting to take advantage of. Fortnite is a very large project with, as you can imagine, with many teams all working in parallel. We've also started transitioning some of these teams to fully animating the engine as well. Our cinematics team continues to put out amazing work, all done in the engine, and they have even started taking advantage of our new sequencer deformers in some of their latest cinematics. You can see a little example here of this bag that gets thrown on the table. The animator just added a lattice and kind of added a little bit more squash and stretch to it. Here's a quick look at one of our recent cinematics. This one helped us push on multi-character performance, constraints, and even deformers. So those playing cards, for example, were deformed by the animator. They didn't have to go back to rigging to add the little flex that it had. So when it comes to external projects, many studios are using Unreal for various parts of their pipeline, some more than others. We've recently partnered with Agora Studio. They've been busy learning more about rigging and animating in the engine and gave us this awesome sneak peek at what they're working on. So we're excited to announce a new animation samples pack, as well as full-featured control rigs will be released sometime this year. David Hubert and I have been talking about doing something like this for the past year or so. He's built quite the studio with Agora, studio and community, and we look forward to collaborating with them much more in the future. So let's talk about 5.6. This is a lot of stuff, so let's hop through it. When it comes to our animation authoring tools, the theme for this release has very much been to focus on quality of life and usability. While we didn't really add tons of new big shiny features in this release, we did go back into areas we knew weren't quite where we wanted them to be. We dug into previous and current feedback and worked closely with our UX designers and engineers to make things more performant, more intuitive, and more capable in all sorts of ways. I'm just going to dive in and see how far we can get. Okay, so let's start with the curve editor. So we've completely redesigned our toolbar. We've consolidated icons and tools and moved a bunch of stuff around. We've embedded a fully redesigned tween slider right on top of the editor there. I'll get back to that one in a second. We've added a new lattice tool for scaling and adjusting your keyframes. We've added smart key snapping, paste relative, and so much more. If we look at some of these things together, you can see here the changes to the toolbar as I click through it. Smart key snapping, so what this is doing is it's keying whole frames and removing closest subframes, so it's a quick way to kind of clean up your motion. And then the new lattice tool too, which lets you select a whole bunch of keys and skew them and pull on corners, and even it has flipping functionality, which I can show later. You can double click and flip your curves really quickly too. So. Tween tools. So we had an earlier version of these, but we've reworked them and made them prettier, more intuitive, and really focused on their usability. And like I mentioned earlier, we've also embedded the new slider on top of the curve editor. These are the sliders we currently have. Some of you may notice a new one that we added called time offset. This one shifts your animation by adjusting values instead of actually moving your keys left and right. We still look to continue to add more sliders in the future. Many animators these days have come to heavily rely on these tools, so we've been meaning to get back in here. We've added new hotkeys for driving these sliders indirectly, so you don't have to actually click on the slider directly to drive them. You can just, anywhere in your viewport, hold a hotkey and drive the slider. And that works both in the curve editor and in the viewport. By default, these sliders will work on your selected control. So if you just go to a frame and use the slider, it will add keys, add an in-between, and then blend to the previous and next values, depending on which slider you're using, of course. If you select keyframes, oh yeah, sorry, there's also a hotkey for swapping which slider you're using, and then if you do select keyframes, the slider will switch over to focus on the keys instead of just the controls. Here's just one more video of them in use, just a different example. But you can see here, I just had the head and the jaw control selected. I went to an in-between and then just started using the slider. So. Motion trails. So these have also been fully rewritten and made way more useful. You can switch between various looks and styles. You can even customize them to your liking, colors and size of keys and markers and stuff like that. They're way faster and more responsive. And these keys are, of course, fully editable in your viewport as well. So you can single select keys and manipulate them, or even multi-select keys and manipulate them as well. Our pinning system has been overhauled with some hotkeys to add and remove or even reset the trails that you've pinned. By default, it will just pin the control that you have selected. So if you want to add another motion trail to something, you'll have to add it to your pinned list. You can display trails on things with keys or even without keys, including sockets or bones. They work on both control rig controls as well as actors in your scene, so props, cameras, primitives, that kind of stuff. You can offset your curves, which properly takes into account rotational values. You can even move them into other spaces, camera space probably being one of the most useful. How about anim details? So this is our channel box. This one won't look drastically different, but we went back in and did quite a bit of work to make it more powerful and flexible moving forward. You can paint select your channels. You can adjust the number of decimals that are displayed. I think the default before was like 6, so we lowered the default to 2, but you can change that. You can scrub values across multiple selected channels. You can type values across multiple selected channels. You can do math on these value cells as well. You can even type or scrub values across multiple selected objects and their channels. So you can see here I select all 3 cubes and I drag the X channel and they all will move. Viewport tools. So our editor team has been working on a new viewport toolbar, and they've also started customizing this view for animation mode. We've been moving some of our animation mode tools to this toolbar, things like control rig selection, sequencer, viewport selectability, temporary pivot, motion trails, and many of the other animation mode settings have been moved. More to come there in the future. We've added a new manipulation mode called explicit mode. So for those of you familiar with gimbal mode in other tools, this is basically that. But ours also handles translates being displayed and manipulated properly. We've added mirroring tools. With some very useful new hotkeys. So you can select mirrored controls. You can add mirrored controls to your selection. You can mirror those controls both to the other side or from the other side. There's also new hotkeys for storing temporary poses and using them as like a one pose selection set, if you will. And you can also apply those again when you want to reuse them. Performance was another key pillar for us with this release. Selection is quite a bit faster. I don't think this video will play. Selection is quite a bit faster. It's a little hard to see here, but it's something you'll definitely feel. Playback has been optimized and sped up for heavier scenes, and we did that by just not drawing all those values during playback. So you can see them when you're scrubbing and animating, but you don't need to see them while your scene is playing. We even tweaked code. We tweaked some code on what is being updated live during posing, and it had quite the impact on performance and the feel of posing. In addition to all the other fixes to the curve editor, we also went in and optimized the key drawing even more. Panning and zooming with lots of visible keys should feel quite a bit better. Constraints have also been heavily optimized. More on constraints in a bit. You can see the old versus the new. It's quite a bit faster. So. Next up is the anim outliner. So multiple control rigs now. So if you have multiple control rigs within an asset, they will now be grouped under that same asset. So it just makes organization a little cleaner and better. There's a subtle color indicator similar to what we had in this sequencer. So if you pick a control, you can kind of see where that control lives. It's like a subtle kind of blue background. You can see it kind of matches what's in the sequencer there. You can even change the display to only show you the rig you're currently working on. So if you're working on the body, you'll see the body controls. If you're working on the face, you'll see just the face controls. Everything else would be hidden. And also, there is a new option to focus on what you've selected. So now when you select things, if this is enabled, the focus on selection, I think it's there. If that's enabled, it will now find that control in the list of controls before. That didn't do that before either. So with modular control rigs, you get even more functionality. You can organize your controls by modules. So you can see here now all the controls are grouped under each of those modules. You can use shift-click on the opening and closing of these groups to recursively collapse or expand these groups. You can also flatten the list of all of your modules. So if I flatten the list, now it's just a flat list of all of your modules. So if I collapse that down again, now you see these are all the modules in the rig. So arm system, spine system, leg system, et cetera. And Alt-click will actually select all the controls within that module. So you can think about it similar to a selection set in a way, but authored into the rig. You can also toggle visibility per module now. So this is also unique to the modular control rigs. So you can turn off just the arms or just the spine and focus just on the area of the rig that you want to work on. And there's even a hotkey for that, so you can do it in the viewport or in this view. I think it's Control-T. In addition to the all and selected rigs mode that I went over, we also added a selected module mode. So this would hide all the other controls of the rig and only show you the controls within that module or body part that you're working on. Constraints. So we made quite a few fixes to our constraint system. We added a pre-selected parent option. So if you already know what you want your parent to be, you can pre-select it and then populate it there, that pre-selected parent. We've made quite a bit of fixes and tightened up our evaluation engine as well. So I mentioned we improved performance, but we also improved what they're capable of. This means it can handle way more complex setups. Constraints are basically exposing rigging tools to the animators. So we always knew this would be a tricky area, as there are always so many variables in how they're being used. Sequencer. So we've added a new sequencer navigation tool. This gives you the ability to quickly hop between shots and subsequences, and you can also visualize and adjust your settings for each shot. Things like in and out points, shot length, H-bias, and lots of other things.
Should we tell the LT?
Might be annoying, but animators know this is a normal part of life for us. If you ever tried animating audio before in Unreal, you'll be happy to know that our audio team and sequencer teams have made this now possible. It's now frame accurate, so you can scrub and you can animate, which is great. There's also a new geometry cache export plugin. So this one is experimental. So for any of you who are rigging and animating and deforming stuff in Unreal, this lets you actually dump out that cache. You can export it out and bring it to other tools if you need to go and do stuff elsewhere. Importing animation sequences into the section. So this is a workflow maybe you're not all familiar with, but if you're working on animation clips, and if you have a control rig loaded, you can just import in the animation directly onto the control rig. You don't have to start with clips, bake it to a control rig. You can just have your control rig there and just import motion. So we made a few tweaks to this tool. It's been in there before, but we just added some stuff. You can now bake just 2 selected controls. So if you had a full body walk and you just wanted the lower body, you can just select the lower body and then apply that motion just to that. You can also choose a custom time range for the import. So you can say if it's a 5,000 frame animation, you just want to import the middle 200 frames. You can do something like that. We also have had this before. We never really called it out, but there's an option in there for resetting your controls or not. And this basically if it's checked, which it is by default, it will completely reset your rig to the rig default on import. So the nice thing is when you uncheck that, it means you can pre-configure your rig before you import motion onto it. So you can put the arms in IK, you can have them in chest space, you can have stretch on, whatever controls you might want to use. And you can leave it that way, and then import the motion, and it will solve to however you've configured your rig. So it's very powerful. There's been some really exciting new developments around relative time scale. There's a new stitching track, which can also leverage motion matching. And we're also working on all sorts of improved workflows around seamless transitions in and out of gameplay and cinematics. Some of this you may have seen this morning in the demo. Quick render. So have you ever just wanted to dump out some frames of animation without having to add a camera or set anything up? Just render your view as is? Well, now you can. You can export out an image sequence or even an MP4. It even lets you choose which application you want to look at your rendered data in, and it'll bring it up for you. You can render out wireframe or whatever your viewport is looking at. This one was very high on the list of many animators coming over from other tools, so it's an exciting addition there. Reference, so we all know reference is a very important workflow. So there's an awesome new experimental media viewer that you can easily bring in reference into your session. It could be still images, it could be image sequences, it could be video files. You can do A/B comparisons. You can blend transparency, you can 2D pan and zoom, and more. You can even clone your viewport into this reference view. So it'll just draw whatever your viewport is looking at in there, and then you could just compare things to reference. There's more to come in there, too. So, a few more things to highlight. The Animator kit has been upgraded a bit since our last release. I think I teased this one last year, but we now unlocked the single sim and the chain sim. And again, these are just helper rigs for you as animators to use as part of your process. And they work really well now with our new constraint evaluation engine. So you can constrain things to them, you can constrain these to other things, and do all sorts of fancy stuff. Did you know in 5.6 you can now sculpt morph targets in Unreal? This is pretty cool. So if you go into the skeletal editor, you can bring in whatever your sequencer was looking at, and then you can just start sculpting. So we've ported in some of our modeling tools, and now you can use these on your characters and sculpt morph targets. This, when he accepts it here, will create a slider for you. So I think he's just going to do another bulge on the nose. And if you accept this one, it will generate a slider, which then you can hook up into your rigs if you want. So you can hook that slider up, or however you want to, hook it up to. So you can see now it blends in and out of that new morph target that was done all in here. And you can even bring that slider into your sequencer. So if you wanted to keyframe and animate that, you can do that as well. There's a bit more to tidy up in the space, but we just wanted to unlock the functionality. So as we move forward with new areas, we're going to start to heavily rely on this stuff. You can now blend poses additively in the pose library. So this means instead of blending to a pose, it'll just add values from selected poses. So in this case, I've made some generic poses that are meant to be applied and mixed with each other. Things like curl, splay, and spread. This is kind of stuff we do a lot in feature animation, where we set up libraries of things that animators and stuff can use and mix and match and build poses. We do plan on revisiting our pose library pretty soon. It's an area we haven't got back to in a while. All right, so this is probably how you're all feeling right now after all that information. I know it was a ton, and that's not even all of it, but we've been quite busy, as you probably can tell. This is most of it. So if you are really curious, take a photo if you want. I'll probably post this up. We did a lot. So I'm really excited to have worked with some amazing people, the developers and the UX team and other product guys, on just fixing lots and lots of things all over especially the animation tools. So these tools will always get better when you do sprints of fixes around quality of life and usability. So if I felt like our tools were like in the 70, 75% before, now I feel like they're much more in the 90, 95% where I want them to be. So it's exciting. Here's just one more video showing some of that stuff in play. You can see the selection is way more responsive. So you just drag select, and it just instantly selects. It's something you'll feel. You won't, especially with multiple characters in your scene, it's just, again, something you feel. This is that gimbal mode or explicit mode. It's just another pull down, local, world, parent, and now explicit. You'll see now you can actually visualize your rotation order. You'll see when those gimbals will happen. There's some animators that animate this way. It's a one-to-one, direct link to their curve editor and their keys that they're manipulating. So you'll lose things like the arc ball when you're in there, but that's normal. The mirror tools, so here you can see I can just flip back and forth from the left side to the right side of whatever's selected, which is really nice. And I can just mirror those controls, so I can just push this pose to the other side, whatever you select. Very useful stuff. What's next? Motion trails. So the looks and the styles I mentioned earlier, they're now up in the viewport there. So if I just want to enable the motion trails on what I have selected, I just click this icon, the trails will draw. And then as you're posing, you can see, again, how much more responsive they are. So they're very, very useful. And you can see the spacing and timing there between the frames, between your keys. The keys, of course, they're editable as well. So I can multi-select points and move them together if I want. Again, just kind of showing them in use like that. Viewport, tween tools. Oh yeah, the tween tools I think I bring up here too. So again, just kind of show this stuff all being used together. Oh yeah, that's the customization you can do. You can turn on the markers, change the colors of everything. You have like 4 different styles to choose between. And then yeah, combine that with the tween tools and they work. Nice. I'll skip the rest of it, stuff I showed. All right, I'm gonna hop into a little bit of a live demo. Let's see how this goes. Oh, wrong computer. This guy? There we go, okay. So animating with physics. This is a really exciting area. For you that are familiar with tools like Ragdoll Dynamics and some things like Cascadeur and things like that, there's some I spent years and years of my life animating overlap and just secondary motion, and this will help with that, I promise. So these things are all very tunable. If I go here and I just move this guy, you'll see it's a bit jiggly and wiggly, this one. It's just set up this way, but you can see how much you get for free as you're posing and manipulating, right? So this thing can be completely tuned. Oh, I think I glitched the mouse, hold on. Let me reset that. So, and it also has self-collision with itself, right? So as I move, it will self-collide. Again, this is new and experimental, so bear with us as we fix it. You'll see it'll affect both directions, right? So as you're manipulating, it will push on the rig, and it won't go through itself. So, and the same is true of the ground. So if I were to, if this works, let's see. If I lay him down on the ground, it should, yeah, we have some problems here we're gonna have to fix. I'm gonna load up another rig. Let's see. We have a few examples here. That guy hadn't loaded yet, so let's try this guy, just a human. This one has more settings exposed. So again, these are new. We're just starting to play with them, but you can already kind of see the power of them. So this guy by default does not have, like he's got a little bit of settings, but everything is super stiff. So what I did is I made poses for settings. So I made some physics poses of a couple of settings that I kind of like, because all these are values on these nodes. So you can see here, if I scroll down here, you can see there's things like turning gravity on and off, turning physics on or off. These guys have all sorts of parent space, angular stuff, and very technical kind of terminology. So it's not super animator friendly. So for me, I make poses with settings that I like. So in this case, I have one that I've just set up for like overlap. So if I select these controls and I apply this pose, it will now put him into that state. So it set a whole bunch of things for me. It's things that I kind of had figured out. And now you can see, so if I just take these guys, and I'm going to move them into chest space really quick. So now when I manipulate this guy, you can already see the, how useful something like this would be just for that kind of secondary motion and overlap. And you can still pose and animate too. So I can still pose the rig while all this physics stuff is happening. We're all really super excited about this and what it's going to mean for just kind of blocking out poses and then seeing what you get with physics and then baking it down. Because I could also bake this stuff. So if I just create some animation like this, some goofy animation, so you can see as I scrub and stuff, it's going to re-simulate constantly. So it's not deterministic of what the simulation is. But if I do bake an animation sequence from this, pretty standard workflow here, baked physics, and I do that, and I export that out. So now I've written an animation sequence. So now if I were to mute this guy and replace this with the baked physics, now you'll see I have a deterministic, scrubbable results from that simulation. So again, we're looking to tighten up these kinds of workflows of I'm animating, I'm simulating, I'm going to a cache, I'm going to animate again. So these kind of loops of back and forth of simulating and animating. Of course, I can still animate on top of this as well, because if you guys remember from last year, we added these layered control rigs. So if I put a layered control rig on this guy, now it added another rig that happens after the results of the cache. So I can keyframe this however I want. This is a really powerful tool for lots of workflows. So fun stuff. And then you could bake that back down to a control rig if you wanted to. There's this kind of iterative loop that you can fly into. One more guy, because physics is fun. Chase rigged up this cool octopus. Let's pull it in. He's a tiny little guy. So let's fly into him. Let's see. Tiny little octopus. Sorry. Let me close this. This guy also has physics in something like an octopus, which can be quite challenging to animate. This is just a ground plane I'm just going to pull up so that it has something to collide with. And if I move, let me get to that control, this guy. And I move this guy, you can see that it does all sorts of cool stuff. And it collides with the world. And there's even some colliders that we added into this guy as we're playing around with this rig. But if I move these guys around, you have multiple things that you can use to collide with. This is a crazy model too. I think it's like 3 million polygons, and it's still running at like 60 or 90 frames per second with the simulations and everything. So you'll be able to take advantage of this stuff for sure to do all sorts of complex stuff. So here, if I wanted to go in and let's see, what is the control that I'm looking for? It is called curl. So if I do this and I grab all these guys, and I'm going to set the, what is it? I'm trying to remember, lock end. So if I do this, and I use the new anim details, I can just unlock all of them. And then if I turn on gravity, and I do this, and I set all these to 1 as well, now I get dangly gravity on him. So again, that's what I mean. It's like finding settings and playing with the rig and doing all sorts of cool stuff. But yeah, if you had to hand animate this stuff, I mean, some of you guys in this room probably animated octopus before. It's a pain in the butt. So yeah, exciting stuff. How are we on time? Oh, I'm way ahead of time. Okay. All right, I'm going to hop back to my slides. Do this. And where's my clicker? Here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're working on next. So again, it's subject to change because we're just laying it out now and we're trying to figure it out. If you guys send us some cool feedback of stuff you want from us, we might shift gears, and who knows. It's pretty organic. So we're going to focus on high-end facial rigging. So rigging techniques, unlocking. We talked to a lot of studios, and no studios rig faces the same way. Some use morph targets, some use wrap deformers, some use spline deformers, some use, you name it, lattices. There's all sorts of techniques. So we just want to unlock more of those techniques. We know we've added some of them with the deformers, and there's a lot of bone-based kind of rigs that have always been in Unreal, but we want to take them even further. And of course, they're going to be fast and usable. Another really cool area I'm really excited about. So in addition to the rigging tools, we're also going to look at improving the interface for animators interacting with their controls. So we're going to allow you to expose your controls directly on the deforming skin of your character. This should greatly reduce the clutter of your viewport and make your artists feel much more directly in tune with the characters that they're animating. So there's a lot that's going to have to be unlocked here. Authoring the controls to the skin, you can already see we have it up and running. And you'll see it gets really interesting with faces. You hover over areas that you want to touch, and then you basically click and drag, and it goes into manipulation mode without having to pre-select things and then manipulate. But again, we have to figure out how does that talk to the rest of our systems in Unreal. Where do we need to link up, channel selection and gizmo selection to this? So there's definitely stuff to figure out. Luckily, I've done this before because I worked at DreamWorks where we built it together with her right here. So this is exciting. I think it's only Pixar and DreamWorks that have this kind of tech. So we're excited to bring it to a tool like Unreal. And I'm done early. I can load up the engine and play with stuff, but I can also open it up to some questions if you want. I could do both.